Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, for millions and millions of Americans, today is a very good day, an important day, a day that's been a long time coming. We are voting to pass the Respect for Marriage Act. Later this afternoon, with a little more bipartisan cooperation, the Senate will vote to pass the Respect for Marriage Act, putting it on the brink of reaching the President's desk. In many ways, the story of America has been a difficult but inexorable march towards greater equality. Sometimes we've taken steps forward. Other times, unfortunately, we've taken disturbing steps backward. But today, after months of hard work, after many rounds of bipartisan talks, and after many doubts that we could even reach this point, we are taking the momentous step forward for greater justice for LGBTQ Americans. Let me summarize how today will proceed. Later this afternoon, per an agreement between both parties, the Senate will hold 3 roll call votes on amendments presented by Senators Lee, Lankford, and Rubio. A vote on final passage for the Respect for Marriage Act will be held after that. Standing here today with the passage of this legislation, it's impossible not to think of my family. Today, I'm wearing the tie I wore at my daughter's wedding, one of the happiest moments in my life. But I also cannot help but recall the harrowing conversation I had with her and her wife a little more than 2 years ago. In September of 2020, I was in the middle of a family dinner when we received the news that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg had passed away. I remember that awful feeling around the dinner table, and I distinctly remember the question my daughter and her wife asked: could our right to marry be undone? Millions of Americans in same-sex marriages go about their day with this terrible question lurking in the back of their minds. It's scary. It's a scary but necessary acknowledgement that despite all the progress we've made, the constitutional right to same-sex marriage is not even a decade old and exists only by the virtue of a very narrow 5-4 Supreme Court decision. And we all know the court has changed since that decision. As we have already seen in the past, as we have already seen this year, what the court has decided in the past can be easily taken away in the future. So today's vote is deeply personal for many of us in this chamber. It's personal for me, of course. It's personal to many of my colleagues and their staff and their families. And while we still have a few more votes to take, today is certainly an occasion for joy and relief. But as important as today is, let's remember nothing about this process was certain. Remember, Mr. President, remember, it was our original plan to act on the Respect for Marriage Act in September, shortly after the House voted to pass this bill over the summer, with a surprising 47 Republicans voting for the act. We knew this bill was popular. We knew it was the right thing to do. But what we did not know was whether or not we had enough support, 60 votes, to pass this bill through the Senate. Maybe the votes would materialize if we forced a vote on the floor, but that was highly unlikely. And for a great number of us, for so much of America, this bill was too important to risk failure. So back in September, when I met with the leaders of this bill in my office, Senators Sinema and Baldwin and Collins and Tillis and Portman, they recommended I hold off on a vote because they believed they could secure enough support for this bill. Many questioned if it was the right thing to do. Many, on my side of the aisle, felt put everyone on record right now. And sometimes they say that's the way to go. But at the end of the day, my #1 priority is always to get legislation passed through the Senate. So I made the decision to take the risk and to wait. Today, we have vindication. The wait was well worth it. Pushing Respect for Marriage over the finish line required patience, persistence, and today it's paying off. I want to thank the senators who brought us this far, Senators Sinema and Baldwin, as well as Collins and Tillis and Portman for their outstanding and relentless work. Their work has been magnificent, and I'm so thankful they stayed the course even when success may have seemed elusive. I also want to acknowledge my Republican colleagues who voted in favor of advancing this legislation. Because of our work together, the rights of tens of millions of Americans will be strengthened under federal law. That's an accomplishment we should all be proud of. And of course, I want to thank all the advocates, volunteers, and organizers, not just for supporting this bill, but for everything they've done over the years to make the United States a fairer, more accepting nation for LGBTQ Americans. Finally, let me finish where I started. 2 years after my daughter and her wife questioned if their marriage could be undone, they are now expecting a baby next spring. I want them to raise their child with all the love and security that every child deserves. And the bill we are passing today will ensure their rights won't be trampled upon simply because they're in a same-sex marriage. After this bill passes, they will be the very first people I call. So thank you to my colleagues who spearheaded this bill. Thank you to my colleagues who have supported this bill. Thank you to the staff and members who work day and night to find a path forward. And maybe above all, thank you to the American people, the vast majority of whom have understood that the inexorable march towards equality is what America is all about. Now, on a different subject, the Omni. Earlier this morning, I joined with congressional leaders in a meeting with President Biden at the White House in order to discuss the things we must accomplish before the end of the year. We covered a lot of different topics, but there's one I want to focus on right now: passing an omnibus. Leader McConnell and I have agreed to try and work together to make sure we get a year-long funding bill done. We hope it can be done this year, and we know that each side is going to have to give in order to send an omnibus to the President's desk, as of course it needs 60 votes. Government funding is scheduled to run out on December 16th at midnight. If we don't take action, the results will be a pointless and painful government shutdown. The best option by far is for both parties to come to the table and work on a year-long funding bill, not a continuing resolution. Lurching from one short-term continuing resolution to the next is a terrible and chaotic way to keep the government open. And ultimately, it's average Americans who get a raw deal if the government is forced to function with one hand tied behind its back. And, maybe worst of all, a CR is terrible news for our troops in uniform. It will throw their families into great uncertainty and prevent our security forced from conducting crucial operations that will keep us safe, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. So unless we want adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party to outmaneuver us militarily, we must pass an omnibus for the sake of our troops and the sake of our national security. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
The world's eyes are trained this week on the people of China, who appear to be engaged in the largest and most widespread protest against the country's repressive Communist Party government since 1989 and the events of Tiananmen Square. While most of the rest of the world has learned how to adapt to the coronavirus, mitigate its worst effects, and get on with living our lives, the people of China, where the whole crisis began, are still trapped in a Groundhog Day of permanent pandemic measures. Chairman Xi's so-called zero-COVID policy is managing to both horribly repressive and totally ineffective at the very same time. Horribly repressive and totally ineffective at the very same time. They've had unending cycles of punishing lockdowns, repressive quarantines, and mass testing. Reports and social media posts are flying around the country, like allegations that the government let people burn up an apartment building, building fire, rather than break quarantine, and that a 4-month-old baby girl died because the COVID rules did not allow her to get proper medical treatment. Of course, sadly, none of this is new or an aberration. This is actually perfectly in line with the CCP's long and brutal history. As in the past, the CCP is failing their citizens and lying about it. When the rest of the world tunes in to World Cup matches, they see cheering crowds, but in China, its broadcasts censor views of the stands to prevent their citizens from seeing unmasked foreigners enjoying actually a normal life. People of China have put up with this dystopian state of affairs for nearly 3 years now, and now their patience has ended. Across China's major cities, residents are taking to the streets and speaking out. Local, civil protests are not uncommon in China, but these protests appear to have a different character, more widespread, more bold and brave, more fed up. Unsurprisingly, demonstrators have received harsh treatment from the authorities, who've reportedly beaten protesters and detained a foreign journalist covering the events. The state media keeps parroting propaganda, but video evidence of the protests and the heavy-handed response is getting through the CCP's great firewall, and thus far the people have not backed down. Now you hear some people suggesting that if a clumsy authoritarian nation is facing such troubles at home, it must pose less of an international threat than we had thought. But this is precisely wrong. Vladimir Putin's previous aggressions against Georgia and Ukraine, its operations in Chechnya and Syria, and now this latest brutal war show exactly how even clumsy and dysfunctional regimes can inflict a terrible toll on free nations and free peoples. Iran, North Korea, and Syria have spent decades proving the very same thing. Of course, China isn't declining. It's continuing to expand and modernize its military power. And Xi and his CCP constantly show us that they view denying their own people's freedom at home and disrupting other countries' freedom through the Indo-Pacific as two goals that actually go hand in hand. For thugs and dictators, repression at home and aggression abroad are two sides of the same coin. So when we see the mismanagement and dysfunction from regimes like Putin's and Xi's, the answer is not for America and our allies to relax our vigilance, pull inward, or pay less attention to our global interests. The answer is to increase our vigilance, redouble our strength, and keep our friends and partners even closer. The Biden administration statement yesterday on the Chinese people's protests was actually too tepid. But what we need are not just stronger short-term words, but stronger long-term actions and strategies. The support that America and our friends have provided to Ukraine has not just been an act of philanthropy to an innocent people who deserve help fighting off the invaders. It is also bringing major benefits to the U.S. and our partners in the most practical terms. In the course of fighting for their homes and families, the brave people of Ukraine are seriously degrading the abilities of one of the free world's greatest self-appointed adversaries to deal out violence. Putin and other wannabe tyrants the world over are learning that the cost-benefit calculus to bullying and bloodshed doesn't look like they thought it would. The importance of this deterrence goes beyond just Europe. China has spent decades investing steadily in military technologies that increase threats to U.S. forces and our allies in the region. The CCP has steadily built military installations in the South China Sea, like a bully standing on a street corner trying to grab control over international waters and shipping lanes. China has spent years methodically building up the very capabilities it would need to seize Taiwan by force if its people refuse to bend the knee, as we've already seen them do in Hong Kong. So clearly, we need to invest in our own strength, in our own alliances, in our own military modernization and defense industrial base. The United States needs a strong, well-equipped military capable of preserving the strategic advantage and protecting power anywhere in the world. We need allies and partners willing to invest in their own capabilities. We need our private sector and our partners to understand that free peoples ought to be doing more trading among themselves, but be a lot more, careful locating their capital and their employees in a repressive country that disregards basic freedoms and steals intellectual property on an industrial scale. And we need a sufficient military-industrial base to keep ourselves safe and remain the free world's arsenal, a win-win for our security and for our economy. Among other things, that means rebuilding munitions stockpiles and weapons inventories that have been allowed to atrophy since the end of the Cold War. It means not waiting to arm and train our partners until a bad actor has already started a war. And it means not wasting American strength and credibility, as this administration has done by desperately chasing sweetheart deals with Iran and abandoning Afghanistan with no strategy. Fighting for the common defense is one of our basic duties here in Congress. The Democratic leaders should have prioritized the National Defense Authorization Act months ago. I'm glad we'll finally be turning to this essential bill shortly. Strong funding and strong authorization for our national security should never have to be a partisan issue. I know our Democratic friends have internal disagreements about what level of funding our armed forces deserve, but Republicans can guarantee this much: our side will keep standing strong for American security and American strength.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Senate will come to order. Senator from Colorado.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for recognizing me. Before the Thanksgiving break, I had planned to use my time today to talk about the Respect for Marriage Act, which the presiding officer has had such an important role playing, and I want to congratulate her on the incredible work that she's done to get this over the finish line, because we are on the verge of passing the Respect for Marriage Act in the United States Senate, and it is a historic piece of legislation to ensure that if a same-sex or interracial couple marries in one state, that every state has to honor that marriage. The federal government has to honor that marriage as well. There may be no right closer to the heart than marrying the one that you love. Colorado understands that. And I was going to come down here, Madam President, and talk about how over decades my state has led the way on equality. We recognized civil unions in 2013. We banned conversion therapy in my state. We passed our own version of the Equality Act in Colorado. I was going to come down here and tell you about how Colorado understands what equality has come to mean in America in 2022. But in the last week, I've been reminded again just how far we have to go. Last Sunday, Coloradans woke up to the news that Club Q, a loving, accepting 20-year-old LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs, had been the target of a mass shooting. 5 Coloradans were killed, and at least 22 were injured. In the days since, Coloradans have described Club Q as a center of community building, a place where everyone could be their true selves and live without fear. Club Q's owner, Nick Gierzeka, said he founded the club to be, quote, a safe place for people to come and feel and understand that they are normal, that the way they feel is normal, and that there are people just like them. As a father, that's what I hope for my 3 daughters. And as a former school superintendent, that's what I wish for the children that I worked for. We want our kids to feel normal and loved and like they belong. But on November 19th, these feelings of safety and acceptance that Club Q had built over 2 decades were shattered. On the same day that we recognized the Trans Day of Remembrance, we added more names to the solemn toll in this country. When a violent young man radicalized by hateful and divisive rhetoric killed 5 people and forever changed a community. forever changed my state. In minutes, he robbed from us brothers and sisters and daughters and sons, friends, and loved ones who were there just being themselves, not bothering anybody. He took from us Derek Rump, 38-year-old bartender and co-owner of Club Q, who bought groceries for others during the hardest 2 months of the pandemic. Daniel Davis Aston, Madam President, 28 years old, a bar supervisor known as the master of silliness because of his contagious happiness and joy. Kelly Loving, Madam President, 40 years old, who had just moved to Colorado and was trying to enjoy a weekend trip to Colorado Springs. Ashley Pugh, 35 years old, a devoted mother and nonprofit worker who loved hunting and fishing, like so many other Coloradans, and was there to support the community. Raymond Green Vance, 22 years old, who grew up in Colorado Springs, had just started a new job, and was saving up for his own apartment. I'm thinking of them, Madam President, and their families, and all those who survived this terrible tragedy in Colorado. People who imagined that there was one space that you could go to feel safe, and then this happens. It fills me with rage that it happened. It fills me with sadness. It should fill the entire Senate with rage and sadness. And if it weren't for the courage of people like Richard Fierro and Thomas James, the list of names I read, already too long, would have been longer. Thomas James, a petty officer, second class in the Navy, used his military crisis training to help subdue the attacker. He said he jumped into action because he simply wanted to save the family that he found at Club Q. And Richard Fierro, an Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran, was watching a friend's performance with his wife, daughter, and friends inside the club when the gunfire started. And his protective instincts, Richard's protective instincts, from 4 combat deployments kicked in. He said he went into combat mode. No one enjoying a night with their friends and their family should have to go into combat mode in the United States of America. That is not the country that I grew up in. It is our country today. It's the country that the pages in this institution are inheriting from us. My daughter's generation and the children I used to work for in the Denver public schools, they bear a burden that I never bore growing up in the United States. They've grown up living with a reasonable fear that they could be shot in their classrooms or in their churches or in a grocery store or in a bar that's the one safe place in their community that they could go. In 2020, the pages that are here may not know this, in 2020, the leading cause of death for kids in America was guns. Guns. Not car accidents, not drugs, but guns. In one study of 29 industrialized countries, the United States accounted for 97% of firearm deaths among children 4 years old and younger. That's almost 100% of the kids that are dying on planet Earth from gunfire, who are 4 years old and younger. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. We shouldn't need to count on a stranger's bravery when we go to a birthday party. We shouldn't need to count on a stranger's bravery when we go to the grocery store. It was just last year when I spoke on this floor to remember the lives we lost in Colorado at the King Soopers in Boulder. And it's with unimaginable pain that I'm here once again on this floor with a list of names of people who lost their lives senselessly. Colorado is hurting. We are tired of this, Madam President. For more than 2 decades, we've had to grieve over one incident after another. So while we stand here on the verge of taking a historic step toward equality, a vitally important step toward equality, we are reminded once again of just how much work is left to do to give our children the safe and accepting future that they deserve, that they want to have, that we're obligated to give them. We haven't finished that work in the United States Senate. Earlier this year, the Supreme Court stripped away the first fundamental right since Reconstruction by overturning a 50-year precedent in Roe versus Wade. And in that decision, the majority took aim at the fundamental right of privacy, and with it, the right of every single American to marry whom they love. And it is a profound reminder, once again, a reminder to everybody in this body and to the country that our history has been, from the very beginning, a battle between the highest ideals that humans have ever written down on the page, the words in the Constitution of the United States, and the worst impulses in human history. And when a justice of the Supreme Court writes that if it wasn't a freedom in 1868, it's not a freedom today, we're in that struggle today. When a 22-year-old can walk into a club and kill 5 people and wound more than 20 people, we're in that struggle today. The reason we're here today doing the important work that we're doing to protect, in the Marriage Act that we're passing today, is that Americans understand that no good comes from hoarding freedoms and equality. They know that when we take the opposite view, we act against our best traditions, against our highest ideals. As a nation, we will never flourish if we choose to depend on a permanent underclass, deprived of some or all of the rights and freedoms others enjoy. Free people do not remain free by denying freedom to others. And today, the Senate of the United States stands on the precipice of advancing freedom, of advancing equality, of moving us closer to our highest ideals. But tomorrow, we have more work to do to live up to the words of our Constitution and to realize the promise of equality for all of our citizens. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Utah,
ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Madam President, I call up my amendment, number 6482, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, for himself and others, proposes an amendment numbered 6482 to amendment numbered 6487.
Madam President, today, as popular winds blow against the man and woman of faith, we should look to the Constitution and remember that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. We do a disservice to all Americans if we elevate the rights of one group at the expense of another. On the one hand, there's no existing threat to same-sex marriage. It is and will remain legal nationwide regardless of the outcome of this legislation before us, the Respect for Marriage Act. On the other hand, we have current, real, sustained, ongoing assaults on religious freedom. How we proceed today will do nothing to the status quo of same-sex marriage in this country. It's legal and will remain legal regardless of the outcome of this legislation. It will, however, if enacted, have profound consequences for people of faith. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, proponents of this legislation have conjured up a series of hypothetical scenarios, resulting in an imagined threat to the ability of same-sex couples to marry and enjoy the privileges of marriage. The rhetorical slippery slope goes something like this. First, they claim that some unknown, unnamed state is on the verge of passing an unknown, yet to be proposed or imagined law prohibiting same-sex marriage. Next, they imagine that federal district courts will uphold this hypothetical state law despite the crystal clear direction within the Dobbs and Obergefell opinions from the Supreme Court. Should that adventure of unlikely hypotheticals transpire, they envision a case making its way all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. All of this, despite the lack of political will anywhere in the United States to prohibit same-sex marriage. Should that happen, proponents of this bill contend that there is a non-zero chance that one justice could decide to analyze the right to marry, not through the prism of substantive due process, as it has been since Obergefell was decided in 2015, but rather through the lens of the 14th Amendment's Privileges or Immunities Clause. Proponents of the bill cite a single line within Justice Thomas's concurring opinion and suggest that one justice could effectively destroy legal recognition of same-sex marriage, not just prospectively, but undoing currently legal same-sex marriage. Now, this, Madam President, is a complete fantasy. I'm not aware of a single state in the United States threatening to pass any law infringing the ability of any same-sex couples to marry or enjoy privileges associated with marriage, nor am I aware of a single state threatening to invalidate within their borders marriages entered into in other states. Nor is it at all clear that Justice Thomas himself was suggesting that Obergefell be overturned. He was suggesting that it be analyzed like all substantive due process jurisprudence to figure out whether there might be another provision of the Constitution under which it might be more appropriate. They're attributing to him statements he didn't make. They're attributing to him analysis he didn't even undertake in that one statement regarding the doctrine of stare decisis. And then they're attributing to states intentions they do not have and have not expressed. My colleagues have yet to offer even a single example of a same-sex marriage threatened by any current or pending state legislation. Not one, not a single one. And they intentionally misinterpret Justice Thomas's concurring opinion in Dobbs and claim that the sky is falling. But it's just not happening. Unfortunately, we are aware of case after case where individuals, charities, small businesses, religious schools, and religious institutions are being hauled into courts to defend themselves for living out their faith. These people are not committing hate crimes against their neighbors. No, they're not abusing peers for their personal choices either. No, they're being hauled into courts across this country for serving the poor, the needy, and the refugee in compliance with their sincerely held religious beliefs. In Texas, the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops is currently being sued for operating in accordance with Catholic beliefs regarding marriage while providing foster homes for unaccompanied minor children. Now, proponents of this bill claim that these charities will be free to continue to operate. However, in that case, the question is whether, because the Conference of Catholic Bishops receives federal funding to help with its work, it might be operating under color of law. If accepting grants and licenses from the government makes you an actor under color of law, then many of our religious charities and schools will be threatened by this legislation, which relies on that unnarrowed, undefined phrase. Either the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops can cease operating according to its religious tenets or abandon its God-given mission to care for the refugee. In at least 3 other cases, religious child care service agencies deemed to be acting under color of law are being shut out of foster care and adoption. These religious ministries can either abandon and cease to act according to their convictions, their religious convictions about marriage, or they can abandon the orphan. This nation and our orphans rely on these charities. We cannot and must not force that decision on them. That isn't who we are. From the very moment of our founding, we've been a nation that has welcomed people of all beliefs and of no belief at all. In recent years, the Obama administration, through the U.S. Department of Education, compiled a so-called shame list outlining more than 200 faith-based colleges and universities seeking religious exemptions from Title IX guidance on transgender and sex discrimination. It is highly likely that these organizations could also risk losing their 501c3 status. Madam President, considering that we're in the process of hiring 87,000 new agents within the Internal Revenue Service, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that some of these new IRS agents will be deployed specifically to review the tax-exempt status of some of these traditionally exempt religious schools. These colleges and universities can either cease operating according to their religious convictions or run the risk of losing their ability to provide quality education at reduced prices. We may well find that they will not be able to do both, and that would be a tragedy. Dr. Andrew Fox created a chaplaincy program at the Austin Fire Department where he served as the lead chaplain in a volunteer capacity for 8 years, earning the trust and respect of local firefighters. In a personal blog, nothing connected to his work, just a personal blog, Dr. Fox shared his religious views specifically regarding marriage. City officials demanded he recant his statements and apologize for the harm that his blog post allegedly caused. He explained that he intended only to foster discussion and not cause offense, and he apologized if anyone was offended. His apology apparently wasn't enough for city officials who demanded total compliance with their preferred views on marriage, views that didn't embrace his own religious beliefs. They forced Dr. Fox to hand in his uniform. He could keep his job or his beliefs, but not both. We should not be surprised by the current state of affairs. After all, it was abundantly clear during the Obergefell oral argument before the Supreme Court that this threat to religious nonprofits would be forthcoming. The prescient exchange between Justice Alito and then Solicitor General Donald Verrilli forecasted the present hostility and the corresponding threats to religious organizations. Justice Alito asked whether, should states be required to recognize same-sex marriages, religious universities could lose their tax-exempt status. His response, the response from Solicitor General Verrilli, was chilling. He said, quote, "It's certainly going to be an issue. I don't deny that. I don't deny that, Justice Alito. It's going to be an issue." Close quote. It is an issue today. And under this legislation, it will only get worse tomorrow unless we take affirmative steps to prevent that from happening. We have the opportunity to do so here, and we shouldn't miss it. Unlike the hypothetical, but entirely non-existent, marriages being threatened or discriminated against, these religious organizations are currently, right now, in court fighting for their God-given and constitutionally protected rights to live and operate according to their beliefs and conscience. They're being targeted and harassed by those who would force them to abandon their convictions and embrace the convictions preferred by the government. Sadly, the hostages at risk in this standoff are those who have benefited from the charitable work of these institutions: the poor, the hungry, the refugee, the student, and the orphan. Instead of resolving the concern posed by Justice Alito, this legislation will put the weighty thumb of government on the scale against religious organizations and individuals. Now, they say, don't worry, you can still believe as you wish, but if in living out your faith you offend the views sanctioned by the government, you will suffer the consequences. What do we get for this heavy sacrifice of religious freedom? Are we alleviating the suffering of same-sex families about to be destroyed by government interference? No, as I've said, we haven't heard of even one potential threat to same-sex marriage, not one. The only outcome we can expect from this legislation is for religious individuals, businesses, and institutions to spend more time and more money defending their God-given rights in court. In our pluralistic society, we must be willing to compromise and adapt so that we might live peaceably with one another. In that spirit of compromise, let us ensure that we're protecting families, both traditional and same-sex families, and that we are protecting the right to believe as we wish and live out those beliefs without government interference. I believe we can do both. In fact, I know we can do both. Now, the Collins-Baldwin Amendment takes a step in the right direction, and I'm grateful for that. Rabbis, imams, and pastors should never be forced to perform a marriage contrary to their beliefs. But religious liberty is so much more than marriage, and it entails so much more than what might go on within the four walls of a mosque, a synagogue, or a church. It certainly entails and must include the ability of people to practice their faith, not only at church, but at home and in the public square. In the hope that we can come to a place where we respect each other, I have offered an amendment to this legislation that would explicitly minimize the threats to these religious organizations and individuals. I'm at the table. I'm willing to compromise. And in the spirit of compromise, I've publicly stated, and I reiterate here again today, that I will support the legislation if my amendment is adopted. My amendment simply prohibits the federal government from discriminating against schools, businesses, and organizations based on their religious beliefs about same-sex marriage. That's all it does. It's very simple, and I'm grateful that we're going to have the chance to vote on it. later today. I'm also grateful to the work of my friend and colleague, Senator Dan Sullivan from Alaska, who, working together with several of my other Republican colleagues, helped secure and schedule this vote. I'm grateful to him for that effort. My amendment prevents the Internal Revenue Service, among other things, from revoking the tax-exempt status of these charities and organizations simply because they act according to their beliefs about the divine purpose of marriage. It prevents the Department of Education from targeting schools with honor codes based on the fact that they've got provisions in their honor codes based on religious beliefs. It protects individuals from being denied business licenses or grants or other statuses based on their views about marriage. It protects Americans who wish to act according to their religious beliefs from being forced to abandon their God-given mandates to love, serve, and care for the poor, the orphan, and the refugee. If we allow the government to threaten their ability to do so, then the religious liberty of every American is in peril. That's why I would ask those who have doubts about this to reconsider their doubts about my amendment. If they object to my amendment and are inclined to vote against it based on the fact that they regard it as unnecessary, then why not pass it? This is a legitimate concern that some may argue this, as I've been told by many of the bill's sponsors, that my amendment is unnecessary because, according to them, the Collins substitute amendment contains protections that already accommodate this concern. Now, the Collins substitute amendment does, in fact, contain some protections. I'm grateful that those were included, and that is a meaningful step in the right direction. I must point out, however, that it doesn't do what my amendment does, and therefore doesn't do what many of its proponents are claiming. Nowhere in that legislation is a statement prohibiting the federal government from taking adverse action against an individual or an entity based on a sincere religious belief about same-sex marriage, whether that religious belief is one that embraces or does not embrace same-sex marriage. It does not do that. It instead says that nothing in this act shall be construed to alter or deny any status or benefit of any group. Those are two very different things. That language does not do what my amendment does. You see, the threat is not and never was based on what the act itself would do. The act doesn't purport to itself deny or alter any status or benefit or right. And so by taking that away, they're paying lip service to the need for my amendment, but they're not actually addressing it. The threat has been present at least since Obergefell itself was decided, for the reasons that prompted Justice Alito to ask then Solicitor General Varelli a question about it, and the same reasons that prompted Solicitor General Varelli to acknowledge that it was going to be an issue. Those same reasons exist today. They don't go away because of this legislation. If anything, they are enhanced. The risk is enhanced as a result of this legislation. That's why this is the perfect opportunity. It is the right opportunity. It may well be the only opportunity to make sure that as we're undertaking a legislative effort to codify rights for one group of Americans, we don't do so in a particularly un-American way. That is, enhance the rights of some at the expense of others. That's not how we roll. That's not how we do things in this country. We can protect both of these interests at the same time, just as we can walk and chew gum. And so for those who would say the Lee Amendment isn't necessary because the Collins Amendment already takes care of it, that's just not true. And even if it were true, why not accept the Lee Amendment anyway? Which begs the question, why wouldn't anyone want to deny the federal government the authority to retaliate against individuals, nonprofits, and other entities based on their sincerely held religious beliefs. Think about that for a minute. Why wouldn't they want to deny that very power from a government that may wield it in a way that is categorically abusive? For my Republican friends who are sympathetic to the need for my amendment and are going to support it, I'd ask that if they support it, and if the amendment fails, that you not support the underlying bill. Because if you support my amendment, hopefully, presumably, that means because you agree that it does something necessary, it certainly doesn't counteract, contradict, or undermine the stated purpose of this bill in any way. So if you believe that it's necessary and you're going to vote for it, if it fails, you should oppose passage of this bill unless or until the Lee Amendment is adopted. We could get this done. I understand that it's not going to happen as long as there are at least 10 Republicans willing to join with every Democrat in order to support this legislation. But if even 3 of the 12 Republicans, considering support for this legislation in the end, if even 3 of them, supporting my amendment, would decide not to support the bill unless or until the Lee Amendment was added, I'm confident, indeed I am certain, that it could and would ultimately be adopted. As I said, Madam President, we must be willing to compromise to protect the interests of all. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which would assure that all Americans would have certain rights and that their religious beliefs and their moral convictions will be explicitly protected, and provide some comfort that Congress is not purposely passing laws that restrict the free exercise of religion. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
in 2015, if you don't mind, let me back up real quick. I need to call some things out. On behalf of Senator Rubio, I call up the amendment number 6493, asked to be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford, for Mr. Rubio, proposes an amendment numbered 6493 to amendment numbered 6487.
I'd like to also call up my amendment number 6496 and ask that it also be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford, proposes an amendment numbered 6496 to amendment numbered 6487.
In 2015, after the Obergefell decision came down for the Supreme Court, putting same-sex marriage as the law of the land, President Obama made a statement to the country. Came and spoke to the country when there's a lot of heat and a lot of emotion going on around the country around that particular decision. He was supportive of the Obergefell decision, but he made this statement. At that time, President Obama said, "I know that Americans of goodwill continue to hold a wide range of views on this issue. Opposition in some cases has been based on sincere and deeply held religious beliefs. All of us who welcome today's news should be mindful of that fact, recognize different viewpoints, revere our deep commitment to religious freedom." It's a wise statement from President Obama during that time period to be able to say there are going to be a lot of views. We as Americans need to have a wide set of conversations about same-sex marriage and about how we revere marriage in general. There are different religious views, different perspectives. Now we're approaching a bill that will be voted on in just about 2 hours. This bill has a section in it dealing with marriage, and it says it has certain religious protections in it. As I read the bill initially to be able to check the religious protections that are in it, I was surprised at some things that were in it, and I was surprised in some of the things that were left out. So our team went to work writing an amendment to address the specific issues in this bill. We narrowly tailored this bill, or our amendment, and we addressed it. Why? Because we were the only ones that thought there was a problem? Actually, no. We weren't the only ones that saw this bill as a problem, dealing with religious liberty. In fact, religious liberty groups all over the country and religious institutions started contacting our office and putting out their own statements in opposition to this bill, saying the bill as currently written, even with the quote-unquote religious protections in it, do not actually protect the religious liberty of all Americans. Just a short list of this. Groups that are in strong opposition to this bill: the Alliance Defending Freedom, the American Association of Christian Schools, Catholic Vote, the Center for Urban Renewal and Education, the Centennial Institute, the Christian Employees Alliance, Concerned Women for America, Eagle Forum, Ethics and Public Policy Center, the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission, Faith and Freedom Coalition, the Family Research Council, the Family Policy Alliance, Focus on the Family, Heritage Foundation, Liberty Council, Lifeline Children's Services, the National Religious Broadcasters, Religious Freedom Institute, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, Samaritan's Purse. The list goes on and on and on of organizations and entities that read through this bill and said there are major concerns with the religious liberty portions of this bill. Now, I'm well aware that there are also groups that have put out a statement and said they're comfortable with it, that it would protect them, but other organizations are putting out statements and saying, yeah, that's nice for you, but it actually wouldn't protect us and our members. There are three major concerns that are in the bill itself on the issue of religious liberty. And if these three things are not changed in this bill, it will put the issue of religious liberty at great risk for millions of Americans who, as President Obama said, hold just sincerely held beliefs that are different. The first is this. There's a section in the very beginning of the bill where it says any entity that's acting under the color of state law. And then it puts all the restrictions there on them. That's a broadening, actually, of what Obergefell actually did. This says any entity, actually, or individual that's acting in the color of state law. What does that mean? Because most people don't live in that legal kind of counsel. Well, this would be an entity that a state actually hires to fulfill something for them on behalf of the state. So let me give you a for instance on this. A private prison may be one of those examples. But it could also be adoption agencies, foster care agencies. It could be an entity that actually does housing for immigrant and migrant families. It could be a homeless shelter that's contracted by the state to be able to provide services. It could be any number of entities. Many of these entities are actually done by religious organizations that the state actually contracts with them to be able to do those services. In this new statute, if this passes in 2 hours, there would be a new restriction on those religious entities that formerly held contracts that then would very well be pushed out from providing those services. I remind you, our nation functions under not just government operations, but cooperations with families and with faith-based entities and nonprofit entities around the country. Our safety net, I talk about often, our first safety net are the families, the second safety net are nonprofit entities, and the third safety net is government. And many governments partner with nonprofit, including faith-based entities, to be able to carry out social services. For those entities, they would now have a target on them because they're functioning under the color of state law, and they would have new restrictions. So their choice would be either not to provide those services or to abandon their faith. Now, what are the challenges to them in particular in this? Well, the first challenge is they would face litigation from the Attorney General's office. The second challenge would be they now face a new, what's called a private right of action. That's the second area my amendment specifically deals with. First, it corrects this looping into lots of new faith-based entities and saying you're now a state actor, you're under new restrictions. The second one would be this private right of action. The private right of action would now be anyone who's functioning, quote unquote, under the color of state law would now be a target from an individual that senses that they have been harmed by the entity. Now, it's not defined what harmed means in this new statute. It just says if someone feels they've been harmed by it, they would now have the opportunity to be able to sue someone else because of that. It's not hard for me to be able to say something that's fairly obvious. That is, if Congress creates a new right to sue people, there will be a lot more lawsuits. And there'll be new tests and evaluations on that. For anyone who believes that this new right to be able to sue people won't be used and won't be used quickly by lawyers and outside groups all around the country, you're kidding yourself. What will happen in the days ahead there will be, who knows, countless numbers of lawsuits testing every new definition of what, under the color of state law, what a partnership with government might look like. Whether that is a vendor that's at an official state event, or whether that is an entity that's providing something like a private prison or adoption services. They'll all face lawsuits and challenges in the days ahead by entrepreneurial attorneys testing out the limits of this new law. We don't know what those limits will be determined by the courts. We have no idea because it's not defined what it means when it says they've been harmed and what that definition might mean to different courts around the country. But we do know this is going to be a major issue. My first question is, why is this even included in this bill at all? There is already a protection that the state has the opportunity to be able to make sure they're enforcing the law within their state. This new private right of action, though, goes above and beyond that and gives the opportunity for entrepreneurial lawyers to be able to practice their craft at the detriment of entities all over the country. What it really does is it silences any individual who may disagree and discourages any faith-based entity from cooperating with government. To say, if you want to be able to partner with the state in any area, you probably aren't welcome here because you don't share the same beliefs. The third big issue that we try to correct in this, that's a major problem in this bill, is in the bill, if you actually read through the text, 7A. Now, 7A probably means nothing to many people outside this room, but the 7A section is designed to be able to protect the rights of individuals or entities not to be able to lose their nonprofit status or grants or contracts or whatever it may be, but it has very specific language that's built into this. The specific language is if that benefit or right does not arise from a marriage. Now, it's very carefully written, and when I pass it around to different attorneys to say, what does this mean, it's been fascinating to me to be able to hear the different interpretations of this statute. This particular section 7A is written so vague that it's very difficult to understand what it does mean, but it is very clear what it doesn't mean. When it says all these different rights that have been granted based on does not arise from a marriage, it doesn't include your belief about marriage. It just says does not arise from a marriage. Now, why do I say that? Our amendment actually includes the belief about marriage included into it to make it very, very clear that if you have a different belief about marriage, you won't lose your nonprofit status. You won't lose your opportunity to have grants or contracts. But that's not included in this statute. What's included in the statute is just does not arise from a marriage. That will be a problem in the courts, and unfortunately, that will have to be litigated until that's actually determined what it would mean. What we could do instead is pass my amendment. The amendment makes it very clear. What I hear from some of even the bill sponsors say, no, this is what it's intended to mean. I look at it and say, but that's not what it actually says. So let's actually have that section say what you actually intended for that to say, to make it clear. Let's take away the private right of action so that people around the country aren't perpetually worried about a lawsuit coming at them constantly. And let's take away this under the color of law section so that there's not a fear of faith-based nonprofits not partnering with their own government for fear that government would step in and say, oh, if you're going to partner with us, then you've got to surrender these different beliefs. Again, I've had individuals that are sponsors of this bill say, none of those things are what we intend. The courts don't rule on intentions of Congress, they rule on the text that we actually put out. And that's three major problems in this text that if they're not corrected, and if they're not corrected today, my fear is President Obama's statement of just 7 years ago that we would not recognize different viewpoints and revere our deep commitment to religious freedom would today be ignored. I encourage the adoption of my amendment, and I encourage everyone in this body to ask a very simple question of themselves. Is today about respecting the rights of all, or is it about silencing some and respecting others? I yield the floor.
end quote. Because, as they say, the protections are important. Notwithstanding these important protections, in the opinion of leading experts in the field, the critics of this bill continue to level accusations about what this bill does that are simply not accurate. First, some critics claim that this bill provides grounds for the IRS or other government bodies to revoke the tax-exempt status or other benefits from religious organizations that adhere to traditional views of marriage. This couldn't be further from the truth. Section 7A of our amendment actually expressly forbids the outcome that these critics are warning of. It prohibits the use of the bill to target tax-exempt status, certification, accreditation, grant funding, loans, license, or any other non-marital status, right, or benefit of religious organizations. To quote Professor Laycock's analysis, quote, those who claim that the bill would be used as a ground for denying tax-exempt status to organizations adhering to male-female marriage by analogy to Bob Jones are disregarding the statutory text, end quote. In addition to the statutory prohibition, this amendment contains a clear statement from Congress, again, that diverse beliefs about the role of gender in marriage, including the belief that marriage is between one man and one woman, come from decent and honorable premises and are due respect. This congressional statement distinguishes the belief that marriage should be between a man and a woman from the belief that interracial marriage is wrong. This distinction is important, and rather than portraying those who believe in traditional marriage as bigots, it reflects a national policy that respects diverse beliefs about the role of gender in marriage, while also protecting the rights of same-sex marriage couples, and that's the key. Second, some critics argue that this bill will lead to more litigation against institutions and individuals trying to live according to their sincerely held beliefs. This is also false. The bill only governs the conduct of state actors. It contains no litigation tools that would be used against private religious entities acting in a private capacity, even ones that receive a majority of their funding from the state. To quote again from Professor Laycock's analysis, Respect for Marriage Act and our bipartisan substitute amendment, quote, poses little or no new risk to religious liberty beyond those that already exist, end quote. Third, some critics continue to make the bewildering argument that this bill will lead to legalized and recognized polygamy. Again, no grounding in reality. No state allows bigamy or polygamy, and this bill does not change this. Moreover, our amendment explicitly says now, nothing in this act or any amendment made by this act shall be construed to require or authorize total recognition of marriages between more than two individuals, end quote. Finally, some critics argue that this bill is sufficient because it does not contain new enforceable rights for private businesses or other entities that apply beyond the scope of this bill. This is not a fair criticism. This bill, as legal scholars and many faith groups agree, poses no new risk to religious organizations while containing significant benefits and protections for people of faith. Of course, the bill does not cover or address every lawsuit or dispute that may arise between LGBTQ and religious interests, but it does address the disputes that could arise because of this bill. In conclusion, I urge my colleagues to look carefully at the new religious liberty provisions. Take a look at it. I hope you'll be able to support the Respect for Marriage Act. The substitute amendment is a carefully negotiated, well-crafted piece of legislation that protects people of faith as well as same-sex married couples. A statement in a recent letter from the Council for Christian Colleges and Universities accurately states that our amendment, and I quote, sends a strong bipartisan message to Congress, the administration, and the public that LGBTQ rights can coexist with religious freedom protection. And the rights of both groups can be advanced in a way that is prudent and practical, end quote. I think that's the major point here. They can coexist. That's what our legislation proves. That's why it deserves the support, in my view, of our colleagues. So I urge them to join me in taking this path forward and pass this bill with the same overwhelming bipartisan support that we saw in the House of Representatives. The American people want us to settle this issue, and millions of American couples who are married, including many in Ohio, are counting on us to recognize and protect their marriage and give them the peace of mind that they deserve. I yield back my time.
Senator from Wyoming.
I'd like to seek recognition.
Senators recognized.
My days since the first cloture vote on the Respect for Marriage Act as amended have involved a painful exercise in accepting admonishment and fairly brutal soul searching. Entirely avoidable, I might add, had I simply chosen to vote no. The Bible teaches that marriage is between one man and one woman. I accept God's word, including God's word as to the definition of marriage. I support my church's adherence to that biblical pronouncement. I support Wyoming's statute, which codifies that definition. I find solace in people and organizations that share my beliefs. I, and many like me, have been vilified and despised by some who disagree with our beliefs. They do not withhold bitter invective. They use their own hateful speech to make sure that I and others who believe as I do know that we are hated and despised by them. Americans on the other side of this issue can relate to ill treatment as well. So why have I strayed with such anguish from a path that conforms to my beliefs, my instruction, my faith, to vote for the Respect for Marriage Act? The answer to that question lies in our history, in how we got here as a nation and as a people, and in where we are as a nation and as a people today. In the 1600s, colonizers Roger Williams of Rhode Island and William Penn of Pennsylvania cited Scripture and the Protestant reformers to defer to God as the judge of conscience. Williams referred to religious liberty as liberty of the soul. The charter of the colony of Rhode Island required religious tolerance, that all may freely and fully have and enjoy his and their own judgments and consciences in matters of religious concernments. George Whitefield's groundbreaking message, without which these United States never would have come into being, emphasized an individual's personal relationship with God, where previously the individual deferred to the church. These became foundational for our current American approach to the relationship between church and state. In 2015, the United States Supreme Court, in its Obergefell decision, established a constitutional right to same-sex unions using the term marriage. Tens of thousands of same-sex American couples have married in reliance on that Supreme Court decision. The term marriage now has two meanings, the biblical and the secular. The Respect for Marriage Act, by design, references neither definition. It uses the term individuals. The Act recognizes that both definitions exist and codifies that a marriage legally entered in one state will be legally accepted by the others. Further, the Act provides protection from persecution by a government authority towards a church and its organizations of religious instruction that adhere only to the biblical definition. These are turbulent times for our nation. Americans address each other in more crude and cruel terms than ever in my lifetime. It is jarring and unbecoming of us as human beings. It is highly intolerant, and frequently the most so when expressed by those who advocate for tolerance. Many of us ask ourselves, our nation is so divided. When will this end, and how will it end? Just as when our nation was founded, when the New World tore itself from the old, people of diverse faiths, beliefs, and backgrounds had to come to terms with each other, had to tolerate the seemingly intolerable about each other's views, and had to respect each other's rights even before the Constitution enumerated those rights. They had to tolerate each other in order to survive as a nation. Somehow, most certainly with divine guidance, they did. For the sake of our nation today and its survival, we do well by taking this step, not embracing or validating each other's devoutly held views, but by the simple act of tolerating them. And that, Madam President, explains my vote. I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, before I begin my remarks, let me commend the senator from Wyoming for her very moving and perceptive comments. I was very glad to be here on the Senate floor to witness her speech, which I think imparts valuable lessons for all of us to follow. Madam President, I rise today in support of the Respect for Marriage Act, which would ensure that all married couples, including same-sex and interracial couples, are entitled to the rights and responsibilities of marriage, regardless of the state in which they live. Madam President, let us remember that we are talking about our family members, our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends. I am proud to have stood, and I will continue to stand with them in the efforts to secure their rights, while also steadfastly protecting and respecting religious liberty. With regard to marriage equality, the Respect for Marriage Act accomplishes two primary goals. First, it would guarantee that a valid marriage between two individuals in one state is recognized by other states, regardless of the couple's sex, race, ethnicity, or national origin. Second, it would require the federal government to recognize valid marriages between two individuals. Our bill is also noteworthy, however, for the way that it advances the cause of religious liberty. Indeed, the substitute amendment that Senator Baldwin and I introduced with Senators Portman, Sinema, and Tillis unambiguously adds significant religious liberty and conscience protections to the legislation. These protections were developed in consultation with and have been endorsed by a wide array of faith-based groups. These include the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the National Association of Evangelicals, the Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations, the Council for Christian Colleges and Universities, the AND campaign, the Institutional Religious Freedom Alliance, the Center for Public Justice, and the First Amendment Partnership. Madam President, every single one of these entities believes that marriage is between a man and a woman. Every single one of them. They support the religious liberty provisions in the substitute because these provisions provide important safeguards against government retaliation as well as meaningful recognition of their beliefs embodied in public policy. Prominent constitutional scholars agree. In a letter led by Professor Douglas Laycock of the University of Virginia School of Law, 4 constitutional scholars who have long advocated for religious liberty concluded that the substitute amendment is, quote, an advance for religious liberty, end quote. They call it a good and important step for the liberty of believers to follow their traditional views of marriage. Now, Madam President, let me address some of the unfounded criticisms of our amendment. It has been suggested by some that the amended Respect for Marriage Act would somehow demean individuals who have traditional views on marriage. To the contrary, this legislation would explicitly recognize in federal law for the first time that such views and the people who hold them are due proper respect. It reads, diverse beliefs about the role of gender in marriage are held by reasonable and sincere people based on decent and honorable religious or philosophical premises. Therefore, Congress affirms that such people and their diverse beliefs are due proper respect. This finding directly rebuts the claim that the bill can be construed to establish a public policy against people of faith. It does precisely the opposite, Madam President. Opponents point to the example of an institution that lost its tax-exempt status on the basis of racially discriminatory policies that were contrary to public policy. That analogy ignores the important finding in our bill, as Professor Laycock and his colleagues explained, quote, explicit congressional affirmation that the traditional male-female definition of marriage is reasonable and honorable would counter the analogy to racism and weaken the grounds for relying on the Bob Jones, that's a Supreme Court case, to justify rejecting traditional believers' religious freedom claims. Despite this strong policy statement, some have continued to argue that the Respect for Marriage Act, with its substitute amendment, could still somehow be used to deprive religious organizations of their tax-exempt status. We've heard that on the floor today. This is simply false. To avoid any ambiguity, the amendment states in Section 7A that this bill cannot be used to deny or alter such status, as well as the tax treatment, educational funding, or a grant, contract, agreement, guarantee, loan, scholarship, license, certification, accreditation, claim, or defense. In light of these provisions, the constitutional scholars concluded that those who claimed that the bill would be used as a ground for denying tax-exempt status to organizations adhering to male-female marriage are disregarding the statutory text. The very text of our bill would prohibit that. Madam President, opponents of this legislation are also mistaken in asserting that it would provide new grounds on which to sue churches, nonprofit religious organizations, and people of faith based on their religious beliefs. This, too, is inaccurate. The bill simply requires government actors to recognize valid marriages and provide marriage-based rights to which married couples are entitled, and it provides a way to pursue claims against those government actors only in instances where that recognition is denied. Government actors are already required to recognize same-sex marriages under the Supreme Court's decision in Obergefell. And the enforcement provisions in our amendment do not apply to individuals or religious organizations who are not government actors. As the First Amendment Partnership, an organization dedicated to protecting religious freedom for Americans of all faiths, wrote in its analysis, if you cannot be sued now under Obergefell, then you still can't be sued under the Respect for Marriage Act. Of course, providing a way to pursue rights in court when those rights are unlawfully denied is not unusual. Indeed, other amendments filed to this legislation contain private causes of action. The amendment offered by our colleague from Utah, Senator Lee, ironically, would empower individuals to bring lawsuits even on the basis of threatened violations. Madam President, notably, not only would the amended Respect for Marriage Act not diminish or abrogate any religious liberty or conscience protection, it also would provide affirmative protections and litigation defenses for people and organizations of faith that do not exist under current law. For instance, the amendment contains an affirmative protection that prohibits any religious nonprofit organization, including churches, synagogues, temples, mosques, religious schools, and faith-based social agencies from being forced to provide goods, services, or accommodations in connection with the solemnization or celebration of a marriage against their beliefs. Moreover, the legislation flatly prohibits any litigation for such a denial. Madam President, the leader of one religious group recently wrote that our legislation, as amended, sends a strong bipartisan message to Congress, the administration, and the public that LGBTQ rights can coexist with religious freedom protections, and that the rights of both groups can be advanced in a way that is prudent and practical. I agree, and that is what our bill does. It advances the rights of couples, same-sex and interracial couples who are married to one another, and it advances religious liberty. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this important and historic step forward for religious liberty and for ensuring the dignity and respect for all Americans. Thank you, Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Ask unanimous consent to speak for 5 minutes before the roll call begins.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm glad that I'm on the floor today to hear the previous speakers. I thank Senator Collins of Maine. That was a thoughtful presentation about the substance of this bill and addressed many of the worries and criticisms that were raised on the floor earlier. I think one thing stuck with me. If there's a protection under Obergefell, it's the same protection under this bill. It is not an expansion of rights. But I also want to thank the senator from Wyoming. That was an outstanding statement. It really was. I joined Senator Collins in commending you for saying it. I'm sure your position has not been an easy one at home, but it reflects some thoughtful consideration on your part. Most importantly, it reflects your appeal to us in this chamber and to the nation to really seize this opportunity for tolerance. If there was ever a time we need more of that in this nation, I can't imagine when it was. We need it now more than ever. It wasn't but just a few days ago that there was a mass shooting involving those who were at a gay nightclub, and innocent people were killed. Now more than ever, we need to stand up and say there needs to be tolerance in America. And your statement really touched my heart. I thank you so much for coming to the floor and delivering it. I take a look at this and say, many times I've been critical of Supreme Court justices, particularly Supreme Court Justice Thomas. We disagree more than we agree. But I, in a way, have to be grateful to him for bringing us to this moment, because it was his statement in the Hobbs decision about the possibility of raising questions on other Supreme Court decisions that led us to the introduction of this Respect for Marriage Act. I thank the senators who led in that effort. I want to make sure that the record reflects Senator Baldwin, Senator Collins, Senator Portman, who spoke on the floor earlier, Senator Sinema and Senator Tillis, the original co-sponsors, bipartisan co-sponsors of the Respect for Marriage Act. What we're considering here is very fundamental. I went back to read Obergefell, and what Justice Kennedy wrote in that majority opinion was the acknowledgement that there is a constitutional protection based on due process and equal protection under the laws for same-sex marriage. Fundamental. He said we don't have to wait on the legislature to spell this out. It already exists. And that, to me, says how powerful this issue is. My wife and I are blessed to have so many friends who are in same-sex marriages and are wonderful people. To the reality of life for so many good Americans who simply want to have the opportunity under the law to marry the people they love. The vast majority of Americans believe in that. I do. And I think what we're trying to do today is to protect that right as best we can. Maybe what we're doing is not as expansive as Obergefell, but it is a genuine good faith effort. Senator Lee in his amendment claims that it's necessary for his amendment to protect religious liberty, but he ignores the robust protections for religious liberty already in the Respect for Marriage Act. The bipartisan substitute has been quoted over and over, but it bears repeating. Quote, "Nothing in this act or any amendment made by this act shall be construed to diminish or abrogate a religious liberty or conscious protection otherwise available to an individual or organization under the Constitution of the United States or federal law." Of course, the free exercise of religion must be protected. No one disputes that. And that's why the bipartisan substitute amendment makes clear that this bill does not override existing religious freedom protections. I commend those religious organizations that have stepped forward, read this bill carefully, and supported it publicly. It is across the political spectrum and religious spectrum of America. I think they understand the lengths that we went to, those of us who supported it, as well as those who wrote it, in putting in provisions to protect the free exercise of religion. But we must remember, this critical First Amendment right is a shield, not a sword. It cannot and must not be wielded to discriminate against individuals, solely based on whom they love. We've seen too many who've tried to turn this crusade the wrong way. I hope today's vote on the United States Senate floor makes it clear that we are here to protect civil rights and not enable civil rights violations. We need to protect LGBTQ families and ensure that same-sex marriages are offered the same stability and dignity that all marriages are entitled to. For these reasons, I oppose Senator Lee's amendment, encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, there are now 2 minutes equally divided prior to a vote in relation to amendment number 6482 offered by the senator from Utah, Mr. Lee. Without objection. The questions on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cornyn, Lummis, Manchin, and Scott of South Carolina. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Collins, Durbin, Heinrich, Murphy, Ossoff, Schatz, Sinema, and Tester. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Yes, sir. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Ms. Stabenow, Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lankford, aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Creamer, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. No. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye.
Right. On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 49. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, there are now 2 minutes equally divided prior to a vote in relation to amendment number 6496, offered by the senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford.
President.
Senator from Oklahoma. Senate will be in order. All members take conversations outside of the chamber. Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. This amendment is very, very narrowly tailored. It's in response to the bill. I've talked to several of the bill sponsors, and they've told me their intent is to be able to protect religious liberty, which I appreciate that, to be able to have a balanced perspective in this particular bill, because people of goodwill on both sides have disagreements in this area. The problem is there are 3 certain areas of the text that do not actually meet that standard of being a balanced protection. So this amendment goes into those 3 areas, corrects the text to make sure it actually says it's going to protect religious liberty. And it's 3 areas. One is a very wide perspective of any entity operating under the color of state law. That's a very broad net on that. We tried to be able to correct that one. The second one deals with striking the private right of action on this, which will dramatically increase the number of lawsuits. I can assure you, if Congress passes a law that opens up a new lane for lawsuits, there will be lots of new lawsuits in that area. In the third area is in 7A, where it talks about protecting all these rights as it does not, or if it does arise from a marriage, not from a belief in a marriage. So we're trying to correct that text to make sure it's not just the action of marriage, but also the belief of marriage. So that's what this amendment does.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Senator Lankford's amendment would eliminate the only practical recourse for same-sex and interracial couples to protect marriages under the Respect for Marriage Act. It would create an exemption far beyond current law for partnerships between government and faith-based organizations, the latter of which continue to enjoy robust religious liberty and conscience protections that remain intact under the Respect for Marriage Act. This amendment would upend a carefully negotiated bipartisan compromise that protects the interests of religious organizations and individuals while affording the dignity of marriage recognition to same-sex and interracial couples. I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. I do have you. I got you, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Braun, Burr, Capito, Crapo, Cruz, Graham, Hawley, Hoeven, Inhofe, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Moran, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sullivan, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Blunt, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Murkowski, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Portman, Reed, Sanders, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, and Warner. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Carper, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Card, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. and the amendment is not agreed to.
Thank you so much.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 52, and the amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, there are now 2 minutes equally divided prior to a vote in relation to amendment number 6493 offered by the senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford, for the senator from Florida, Mr. Rubio. The senator from Oklahoma. All time is yielded back. The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second?
Grassley. Mr. Hagerty. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono, Mr. Hogan, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Asta, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Ball, Mr. Peter, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Redd, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Round, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Boone, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyde, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative. Barrasso, Bozeman, Cornyn, Kramer, Cruz, Fisher, Grant, Hagerty, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Hall, Brown, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Thune, Young. Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Blumenthal, Harper, Casey, Coons, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Corona, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Manchin, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Tester, Warren, Whitehouse. Murphy, Murphy. No. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski? No. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell? No.
May I be recorded no?
Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun? Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Sullivan. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 52, and the amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, amendments numbers 6488 and 6489 are withdrawn. Amendment number 6487 is agreed to. The cloture motion with respect to H.R. 8404 is withdrawn, and the bill is considered read a third time. There will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote on passage of H.R. 8404 as amendment.
The
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I have order, please?
The senator is correct. The Senate will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, shortly we will have the opportunity to make history by passing important legislation that will advance 2 goals. One, the goal of marriage equality for same-sex and interracial couples, and second, the goal of strengthening religious liberty and conscience protections. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who've worked so hard on this legislation, and I also want to thank the broad array of faith-based groups who worked with us on the religious liberty provisions of our bill. I want to thank Senator Baldwin, who's been the lead on this bill, Senator Sinema, who's worked so hard, Senator Portman, who's poured his heart and soul into it, and Senator Tillis in particular. But I also want to thank all of the Republicans who have supported this. I know that it has not been easy, but they've done the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge a vote in favor of the bill.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I ask unanimous consent that the debate be extended to an additional minute so that I might recognize the leader after this, after my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I want to express, as did my colleague, Senator Collins, that there are many thanks to go around. Thank you, Mr. Leader. I want to thank the original bill sponsors in the House and Senate, Congressman Nadler and Senator Feinstein, and the team of Senator Collins, Portman, Sinema, and Tillis for your unrelenting commitment that has brought us to this final vote to pass the Respect for Marriage Act. And I want to thank the advocates who have been fighting for marriage equality for decades. And I want to recognize the millions of same-sex and interracial couples who have truly made this moment possible by living their true selves and changing the hearts and minds of people around this country. Many of these same-sex and interracial couples are fearful. They are worried that the rights, responsibilities, and freedoms that they enjoy through civil marriage could be stripped away. Right now, the Senate has the opportunity to put those fears to rest and give millions of people in same-sex and interracial marriages the certainty, dignity, and respect that they need and deserve. By passing this bill, we are showing that the American government and people see them and respect them. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on the Respect for Marriage Act and move our country forward, and I yield to our leader.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Can we have order, please, Mr. President?
The Senate will come to order.
Now, Mr. President, for millions of Americans, today is a very good day, an important day, a day that's been a long time in coming. The Senate is passing the Respect for Marriage Act. Today, the long but inexorable march towards greater equality advances forward. By passing this bill, the Senate's sending a message to every American that every American needs to hear. No matter who you are, or who you love. You too deserve dignity and equal treatment under the law. As the Chamber knows, this is personal to me, and the first people I will call when this bill passes will be my daughter and her wife. I want to thank my colleagues, join the others in making this legislation possible, and especially the teams of Senators Baldwin and Sinema, Collins, Tillis, and Portman. To all of you, I say bravo, job well done. And to all who make the choice to support this bill, thank you. None of this was inevitable. At the urging of my colleagues, we took the calculated risk of holding off on a vote back in September because they believed with more time we could build enough bipartisan support to push this bill over the finish line. Today, we have vindication. The wait was well worth it. I thank my colleagues for their work. And above all, I want to thank the American people, the vast majority of whom understand deep in their hearts that the inexorable march towards equality is what America is all about. I yield the floor and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will. The question comes on the passage of the bill as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Thank you. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt, Brown, Burr, Capito, Carper, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lummis, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Portman, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Sullivan, Tester, Van Hollen, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden, Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. You want to vote? Mr. Tillis, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Braun, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hydesmith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Thune, Tuberville. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Lankford, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Okay. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye.
Are 61, the nays are 36. The bill, as amended, has passed.
Mr. President, what a great day. What a great day. And now, moving forward, as we always try to do in the Senate, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar 1133, and that cloture motions with respect to calendar numbers 1133, 1147, 1148, and 1129 ripen at 11:30 a.m. on Wednesday, November the 30th. Further, that at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, the Senate vote on motions to invoke cloture on executive calendar numbers 1133 and 1147. That if cloture is invoked on the nomination, all post-cloture time be considered expired at 2:15 on Wednesday.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Nomination, the judiciary. Camille L. Velez-Reeve of Puerto Rico to be United States District Judge for the District of Puerto Rico.
Mr. President?
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to engage in a colloquy with my colleague, Senator Lummis from Wyoming.
Without objection.
I rise today to underscore the crucial importance of the religious liberty provisions in the Respect for Marriage Act, which was just passed by the Senate, and to ensure the legislative intent behind these provisions is crystal clear. As you know, the United States Supreme Court's decision in Obergefell versus Hodges from 2015 established a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. When Obergefell was argued, then Solicitor General Verrilli was asked whether recognizing a constitutional right to same-sex marriage would lead to churches, religious organizations, and other not-for-profits potentially having their tax-exempt status reconsidered in light of the Supreme Court's decision in Bob Jones University versus United States. Solicitor General Verrilli responded that, quote, "It's certainly going to be an issue," end quote. In recognizing a constitutional right to same-sex marriage in 2015, the United States Supreme Court did not reconsider the Bob Jones University precedent, leaving this issue unresolved. The Respect for Marriage Act, with a substitute amendment that I co-sponsored with Senators Sinema, Collins, Baldwin, Portman, and Tillis, answers this question, and a number of others, providing strong protections for religious liberty, especially when combined with the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. I want to thank my friend, the senator from Arizona, for her hard work on this bill and her willingness to address key questions around religious liberty in a thoughtful and bipartisan way. It is my understanding that Section 2 of the Respect for Marriage Act, in light of the Supreme Court's Bob Jones versus United States decision in 1983, would prevent the Internal Revenue Service from successfully arguing that the United States now has a, quote, national policy favoring same-sex marriage, and would prevent the IRS from using this national policy argument to deny tax-exempt status to religious organizations. I want to ask my friend, the senator from Arizona, is this your understanding as well?
I thank my friend, the senator from Wyoming. Yes, this is my understanding. Section 2 of the bill states that a variety of reasonable views on the role of gender in marriage exist today, based on both decent and honorable religious and philosophical beliefs. The bill states that all views are due proper respect by the federal government. Furthermore, Section 2 of this bill states that the federal government recognizes religious liberty as an integral component of our national policy regarding marriage. Section 2 of this bill was explicitly included to ensure that the provisions of the Bob Jones case relating to the tax-exempt status of organizations are not applicable to this bill. Bob Jones University versus the U.S. decided in 1983, before Congress enacted the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, upheld the IRS's decision to rescind Bob Jones University's tax exemption on the basis of a, quote, firm and unyielding national policy against racial discrimination. Section 2 affirms that diverse beliefs about the role of gender in marriage are held by reasonable and sincere people based on decent and honorable religious or philosophical premises. This finding preempts an analogy between the court's analysis in the Bob Jones University case about race and beliefs about marriage, and is a statement of policy respecting diverse views about the role of gender in marriage. I'd like to discuss another provision which is central to this bill, Section 4, which grants full faith and credit under Article 4, Section 1 of the United States Constitution to marriages performed in each of our states, strengthening federalism and making our constitutional structure work. Section 4 of the bill states that no person, quote, acting under color of state law, end quote, may deny full faith and credit to any, quote, public act, record, or judicial proceeding of any other state pertaining to a marriage between two individuals on the basis of sex, race, ethnicity, or national origin of those individuals, end quote. The phrase, acting under the color of state law, is also used in our civil rights statutes to refer to the actions of state and local government officers and employees with respect to rights guaranteed by the United States Constitution and federal law. Senator, is it your understanding that this phrase is intended to incorporate the United States Supreme Court's interpretation of the meaning of acting under color of state law?
Yes, it is my understanding that use of this phrase in Section 4 of the bill is intended to incorporate the United States Supreme Court's interpretation of this term, including but not limited to the case Rendell Baker versus Cone and NCAA versus Tarkanian cases. I'd like to now turn to Section 6 of the bill, which provides that no church or religious nonprofit will be forced to solemnize or conduct a marriage ceremony under this bill. Is it your understanding that Section 6B bars, quote, any civil claim or cause of action, unquote, without exception, relating to a church or religious organization's refusal to solemnize or celebrate a marriage under this section, and the text does not state that it can be overruled by a court in finding a, quote, compelling governmental interest.
Yes, it is my understanding that Section 6B bars any civil claim or cause of action relating to a nonprofit religious organization's refusal under that section to solemnize or celebrate a marriage, and that such a refusal cannot create a civil claim or cause of action. The text of Section 7 also makes no reference to compelling governmental interests. Section 7 provides that nothing in this bill should be construed to deny or alter the benefit, status, or right of an otherwise eligible individual or legal entity in relation to tax-exempt status, tax treatment, contracts, loans, scholarships, licenses, and other agreements not arising from a marriage. In conjunction with Section 2 of this bill, which eliminates the successful analogy to the Bob Jones case, is it your understanding, Senator, that Section 7 would prevent the Internal Revenue Service from using the Respect for Marriage Act to alter or remove the tax-exempt status of an entity for expressing beliefs in opposition or support of same-sex marriage?
Yes, that is my understanding as well regarding the scope of Section 7. This bill is intended to enshrine a national policy of respect for all views surrounding marriage and to enact some of the strongest religious liberty protections since the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in 1993. This legislation also ensures that religious liberty will have more of a central role in future debates in our courts and in the halls of Congress. I'd like to thank my friend from Arizona for her tireless work on these issues and her willingness to work together, as always. Mr. President, thank you, and I note the absence of a quorum.
Would the senator withhold her request?
Yes, I withhold.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I rise today to ask the Senate to send H.R. 2930, the Safeguarding Tribal Objects of Patrimony Act, to the President's desk for his signature. The need for this legislation is pretty straightforward. In 2016, the governor of the Pueblo of Acoma learned that a sacred ceremonial shield had been stolen and was about to be sold to the highest bidder in Paris. When Governor Riley informed me about this robbery of the Pueblo's cultural patrimony, I called on the State Department to take all possible action to halt the auction. Thankfully, intense public outcry and diplomatic pressure were enough to halt the illegal sale of a tribe's cultural patrimony. And finally, in November 2019, more than 3 years after the shield was put on the auction block, it was voluntarily returned to the Pueblo. However, this only happened because of intense public outcry and notoriety. In most cases like this, the item has been sold or simply disappears into a private collection. Under current federal law, it's a crime to sell certain protected Native American cultural objects, things like the Acoma Shield, here in the United States. But there is still no federal law prohibiting the export of stolen cultural items and requiring the cooperation of foreign governments in recovering them. In many cases, tribes in New Mexico and across our nation have been forced to effectively pay a ransom to recover their sacred items, or had to stand by and watch the sale of their priceless religious and cultural items in international markets. The lack of an explicit ban on trafficking these items to foreign countries was actually cited by the French government when they initially declined to stop the auction of the Acoma Shield. Grave robbing is illegal in every single state in the U.S., and yet we allow tribal religious objects, many of which were stolen literally from grave sites, to be exported and sold in foreign auction houses. We cannot let this loophole that allows foreign trade in Native religious heritage to go on for even one more day. And I would urge my colleagues to pass this bill today and end this awful practice. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of H.R. 2930, which was received from the House and is at the desk. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I'd like to begin my brief comments here this evening by acknowledging the senator from New Mexico and agreeing so much with him on this very, very important issue as we seek to protect objects of patrimony. Whether in New Mexico or in my state of Alaska or in the home state of the chairman of the Indian Affairs Committee, it has been a travesty, it has been a crime that we have seen many of these objects that have been taken as art collections, that have been taken with no appreciation of the heritage, of the richness, of the traditions, and the respect to the Native people to whom they belong. And so the STOP Act, this Safeguard Tribal Objects of Patrimony Act of 2021, is significant. I am proud to be the lead Republican co-sponsor along with Senator Heinrich on this. It is an issue that many in my state have been urging action on. And so I do not rise this evening to object to passage of the STOP Act, but to raise, at the same time, I'm acknowledging the significance of this. I also want to raise another bill that is also very important to my state, H.R. 441. We call it the Don Young Alaska Native Healthcare Transfers Act. This is something that I've been working on for several Congresses now with my friend, the late Congressman Young. We took three land transfer bills, we consolidated them into one. We thought it was a pretty simple effort. All we're asking to do is to convey IHS lands to two of our Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortia, as well as the Tanana tribe in the interior part of the state. We passed standalone legislation on these three IHS bills earlier this Congress, but instead of passing that legislation, the House did what the House often does. They amended it with technical amendments. They sent it back here as one consolidated bill. That's H.R. 441. But again, it's about public health, delivery of health care to Alaska Native people in rural and underserved villages, many of which are off the road system. But these simple land transfers would enable construction projects to move forward, to reconstruct and to construct, in some case, new health care facilities to provide care to Alaska Native people, to also ramp up the delivery of clean, safe drinking water and sanitation facilities in rural villages that are so key to improving public health. I think we all would agree that basic services such as water, sanitation, pretty important. So everything that we can do to help facilitate that. I have pushed the urgent button on these land conveyance issues because time's running out. Construction seasons are very, very limited in Alaska, and so I have been trying to help facilitate that. I have good commitments from my colleagues that are here on the floor this evening to help us move through this process on our side, or certainly on the House side as well, so that we can see final resolution on the Don Young Alaska Native Healthcare Transfers Act, and I look forward to working with them on that. And so having said this, I will not object to unanimous consent to advance the STOP Act this evening.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
With your permission, through the chair, and far be it from me to delay the passage of this law, which I know has been worked on by Native people and staffers for many, many years, but just wanted to make my private commitment to the senator from Alaska, the vice chair of the Indian Affairs Committee, public. We are absolutely committed, one way or another, to passing the Don Young lands package, and I wanted to make that clear on the Senate floor. Thank you.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, through the chair, I just want to take a moment to articulate the same commitment publicly, and we look forward to working with my colleague from Alaska who's been so helpful in putting the STOP Act to a successful resolution. I look forward to working with her to get the Don Young package moved as well.
Without objection, so ordered.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I understand the chair has an announcement.
The chair lays before the Senate a communication regarding the resignation of Senator Inhofe.
Without objection.
Without objection, the letter will be printed in the record and spread upon the journal.
I ask unanimous consent that S5068 be discharged from the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources and referred to the Committee on Indian Affairs.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it recess until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, November 30th, and that following the prayer and the pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date. The Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Velez-Rive nomination. Further, if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
For the information of the Senate, there will be 2 roll call votes beginning at 11:30 a.m. and 2 roll call votes at 2:15 p.m. If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Portman.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I come to the floor today for the 26th consecutive week that the Senate's been in session to highlight the very latest from Russia's illegal, unprovoked, and deadly assault on Ukraine. This continues to be a critical time for Ukraine and Ukraine's freedom fighters, and it's a classic fight for freedom. At this critical juncture, right as the winter months approach, Russia's morale is flagging and Ukrainians are making steady gains on the battlefield. It is absolutely vital that the United States and our allies continue to stand by the people of Ukraine. We can't pull back now. Ukraine, as you know, is a democracy. They're a great ally of ours. They just want to live in peace with their neighbors, including Russia. Over the objections of 140 countries in the United Nations, Russia launched a brutal invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. That was 9 months ago, and they haven't let up. While we celebrated Thanksgiving holiday this past week here in America, Ukrainians endured a deadly week of Russian attacks and bombardments on civilian population centers far, far from the front lines. They didn't get a Thanksgiving break for the war. Russia's military is actually continuing to bomb inside of Ukraine, even today, civilian targets. What's interesting is that at the same time, Ukraine is winning on the battlefield. So over half of Ukraine's Russian-occupied territory has now been liberated. Remember, at one point, Ukraine included occupied territory up here near Kyiv, the capital, and all this area. Most of that area has now been liberated. And these are the areas where the Russians continue to occupy. Crimea, which they took back in 2014, parts of the Donetsk that they took back in 2014, and then these additional areas. And even today, the Ukrainians are making progress in these areas. So on the battlefield, the Ukrainians, with our help and the help from about 50 countries around the world, are making progress. And yet, Russia continues to launch these missiles into Ukraine. Even in a place like Bakhmut, one place where the Russians were making some progress using mercenary forces, the Wagner Group, it's called, their months-long assault by these Russian forces has turned into a grinding battle of attrition, and Russia's made little to no gains. So in the Bakhmut region, which is right here, even there, where the vaunted Wagner Group is fighting, they're not making significant progress at all. By the way, back in April of 2018, I visited Bakhmut. I was able to go there as part of a congressional fact-finding trip, and the Ukrainian military allowed me to see the line of contact, actually go to that border area, the line of contact being between the occupied part in 2014 and the rest of Ukraine. That's where I learned that the Ukrainians were going to fight, by the way, because I talked to a lot of the soldiers there about what was going on. And when there was discussion several years later about whether Ukrainians would fight if the Russians invaded, as it appeared clear they were going to do, I had no doubt the Russians were going to fight, because I met these soldiers and talked to them, and they were hardened. And they knew what Russia had done to them and their families and their country and their freedom. And they have fought. Here's a photo of me back in 2018 in this area of Bakhmut. And as you can see, you have Ukrainian soldiers walking around freely. Here's a photograph of Bakhmut today to show you the difference. Back when I was there, there were sniper activity. You could hear some artillery being fired off in the distance. But today, months and months of Russia's brutal assault has led to Bakhmut looking like this. Here's the Ukrainian soldier today. It's a hellscape, straight from the Western Front of World War I, isn't it? Relentless artillery bombardments have forced soldiers into these trenches, just like they dug in France during World War I, World War II. This is the condition that Ukrainian soldiers are fighting in, to defend their families, to defend their freedom, to defend their country. And they're doing it as the temperatures plummet and winter approaches. But they're undeterred, and they continue to fight hard. The response to Ukraine making progress on the battlefield is by Russia to launch these missiles into the interior. I really think it's out of frustration. It's a cowardly approach. They can't win on the battlefield, so instead they're sitting back in Russia and bombing these civilian targets. Here's one. You can see it's an energy grid in Ukraine. This is in western Ukraine, and it's just relentless bombing. They're killing people when they do this, by the way. They're not just taking out energy infrastructure. They're killing civilians, including energy workers. Again, it's a cowardly approach. They're killing civilians and non-combatants, needlessly slaughtering men, women, children. They're attacking residential areas, and they have been all along, apartment buildings, hospitals, community buildings, and of course causing cities to go dark as they go into winter, dark and cold. When we were in Ukraine just a few weeks ago, Senator Coons and myself, Senator Coons, a colleague on the other side of the aisle, and I went to get some additional information on the ground in Ukraine. We got to see this firsthand. This is in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, and this is where the control center was for the, this energy utility. And this had happened just a few days before we got there. So the Russians are targeting very specifically energy to knock out electricity, knock out heating, knock out water. That night, by the way, we had dinner with Ukrainian parliamentarians. It was a dinner meeting to talk about what we can do as Congress and what they can do as parliamentarians to help the Ukrainian people right now. We had to have the meal by flashlight and candles because there was no electricity. The systemic bombing of civilian infrastructure, throwing these Ukrainian cities into the dark and the cold without running water, has been met by heroic repair by Ukrainians. I imagine this is already repaired, but again, the Russians keep bombing. They need our help to be able to help repair and provide more equipment as this equipment is being destroyed by the Russians. Today, I was pleased to see that Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced an additional $53 million from the United States to support efforts to rebuild this Ukrainian energy grid that keeps getting destroyed by the Russians. This package will include distribution transformers, circuit breakers, surge arresters, disconnectors, vehicles, and other key equipment. It brings U.S. support for Ukraine's energy infrastructure since February up to about $145 million. But again, it's not just us, and it shouldn't be just us. Our allies need to step forward to help Ukraine in this difficult moment as well, and they are. Finland, as an example, I just saw, will send energy equipment to Ukraine this week. The EU, the European Union, will give Ukraine 200 transformers and 40 heavy generators to support the energy sector. That's the EU's probably giving more than anyone else. This critical aid is needed because, again, these attacks just continue. The recent attacks in Kyiv, by the way, that we saw earlier when I was there 3 weeks ago, 300,000 Ukrainian citizens in Kyiv had lost power when we were there. I'm told that there are currently about 130,000 Kyiv residents losing power without electricity. The Ukrainian military, again, has been making progress, and they've had a huge success here in Kherson. This city of Kherson, or Kherson as it's called in Ukrainian, was the first provincial and only provincial capital that the Russians occupied, and the first major city that they took. The Ukrainian military carefully and over time orchestrated a great victory there, and about 3 weeks ago it was liberated. As this photo shows, Ukrainian citizens have welcomed these soldiers as heroes. And you've probably seen some of this on the TV news, but you know, they've just embraced these soldiers and they've put the Ukrainian flags back up in all the buildings. And they've told these soldiers and others, including the investigators from the International Criminal Court, of the war crimes, the unthinkable war crimes that were committed by the Russian occupiers while they were there. So the Russians were forced out of Kherson because of very effective work by the Ukrainians using the weapons that we and the Europeans had provided them, including longer-range missiles, taking out their supplies, taking out their ability to resupply themselves. So what's happened now is that Russia, once they have left Kherson, have now started a bombing campaign, just nonstop bombing in the very city that they occupied only a few weeks ago. So they're saying, if we can't have it, we're just going to bomb it into oblivion. Ukrainians are having now, after having lived through the occupation, to try to live through this bombing. I saw the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine recently urge civilians to leave Kherson and go to other parts of Ukraine this winter due to these Russian attacks. That's what has to be done. The soldiers will stay and they'll fight, but the Russians are just constantly attacking Kherson. This area, this oblast it's called, the provincial area, 10 people have recently been killed, 54 injured. The Russians shelled this provincial area around here 49 times on Thanksgiving Day. 49 missiles and bombs on Thanksgiving Day, hitting residential buildings, a shipyard, school grounds, gas pipelines, everything. The Russian shelling hit a school that was being used as a distribution point for humanitarian aid in the Zaporizhia area up here. So in Zaporizhia, they had a school that was handing out humanitarian assistance, and it was attacked by a Russian missile. It killed a social worker. It injured 2 other people. You probably saw that also in eastern Ukraine recently, the Russians attacked a maternity hospital. And they killed innocent civilians. They actually killed a newborn baby, a baby boy, critically injured a doctor. The overnight explosion left a small town hospital there in total disrepair, just a crumble of bricks and scattered metal, medical supplies, by the way, strewn all over the streets. The newborn who was killed was only 2 days old, 2 days old, but he had a name, Serhiy. And his death will not be forgotten in Ukraine. These are flagrant human rights abuses and war crimes. As the Zelensky presidential advisor said, there's no military logic here. They just want to take revenge on the locals. This is a huge war crime, end quote. I agree. Vladimir Putin is trying to bring Ukraine to its knees. But you know what it's doing? It's only strengthening the resolve, the amazing resolve of the Ukrainian people. And Russia's beginning to feel the negative impacts of this war more and more. The sanctions are beginning to bite more. We should strengthen them even more, in my view. But it's having an impact. The Russian banking sector has been hit by this. The Russian central bank reported that a record $14.7 billion in hard currency was withdrawn from the Russian banking system last month, in October. People were taking their money and running. This was during the 300,000 troop mobilization of mostly untrained recruits. A November report by the central bank warned that Russia's GDP would face a sharper contraction of 7.1% in the fourth quarter of this year, after falling 4.1% and 4% compared with last year in the previous 2 quarters. So the economy is going the wrong way in Russia. Last week, the economy officially entered into a recession. So this war is having an impact on Russia, finally. The central bank chairwoman told the Russian lawmakers that next year the situation will get darker still. She said, and I quote, "We really need to look at the situation very soberly and with our eyes open. Things may get worse. We understand that," she said. I sure hope so. I sure hope so, that countries around the world see what's happening here and tighten these sanctions. For many Russian companies, the reality of war sank in with the latest desperate mobilization. This is according to the German Institute for Security and International Affairs. I think that's true. While there are a lot of Russians who still believe the propaganda and the disinformation from the Kremlin about Ukraine and therefore continue to fight innocent Ukrainians, their neighbors, other Russians now understand that this battle is not against the enemy. This battle is a failed ploy by Vladimir Putin to achieve his misguided ambitions to recreate the Russian Empire, the Russian Federation. That's what it's about. It's not about Ukraine. I want to take a moment to talk about the aid package that's being developed right now here on the floor to send to Ukraine to continue our help at this crucial moment. And to make an important point, which is that oversight of our assistance to Ukraine is very important. It's important to me, it's important to my constituents, it's important to my colleagues. We need to be sure there are significant accountability measures in place. got to know where the aid's going. We need to know exactly where it's going and who's using it and how. No one is advocating that we give Ukraine a blank check. And by the way, they have not gotten a blank check. There are spending safeguards in place already. President Zelensky agrees with that. He wants that kind of checks in the system because he knows that that transparency is critical to the continued aid, not just from us, but from the 50 other countries around the world that are providing assistance or more. There is an accounting firm from the United States involved that follows all the aid to the government, as an example. Also, the World Bank sends a report about all the aid that goes to the state aid, the government aid part, and they constantly audit that and report on that. So there are mechanisms in place already. Could they be strengthened? Probably so. With regard to military equipment, we put in place unprecedented policies to be able to have what's called end-use monitoring of the military weapons that are going to Ukraine. I visited with the 101st Airborne in Poland a few weeks ago and talked a lot about how that end-use monitoring is going. We finally have a military attaché in country and some people that can help follow where these various weapons are going. And honestly, so far so good. I got to tell you, I'm surprised by this, but there has been absolutely no documented instance yet of diversion of U.S. supplied weapons to Russia, to Belarus, to third parties. Now, that may happen in the future, but this end-use monitoring is carefully ensuring that you get the serial number, you find out where the thing is going, you check on it. And I think that's very important. And my colleagues need to know that. This is something that the Ukrainian government wants to do, and they should want to do it. And our military certainly wants to do it. The Ukrainian government has been transparent in terms of the funding because it's in their interest, and it's in all of our interest. They hear questions about oversight coming from members of Congress and understand the need to provide the accountability. So we need to continue the assistance at this crucial time, as we've said tonight, but we need to be sure it continues to be accountable. You know, Vladimir Putin, when he decided to initiate this invasion, which so many people around the world thought he would never do because it made no sense. There was no logic behind it. But when he did this, he thought it would be a walk in the park. He thought the Russian army would roll in and the Ukrainians would roll over. It turned out to be a walk through hell for his army and his government. Why? Because the Ukrainian people showed grit and determination, and the military fought more effectively than anybody expected. It's because Ukraine's morale and leadership has not faltered, even against overwhelming odds. A much larger military, many more missiles. They have not faltered. I've seen this mindset in Ukraine on my visits there. I think I've been there 8 or 10 times since 2014. It goes from President Zelensky all the way down to the soldiers we saw in the trenches, to the civilians who are doing their part. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that during the Russian occupation of Kherson, the area we talked about earlier, the 68-year-old head doctor at the hospital there in Kherson refused to bow down to the Russian invaders, setting the tone for citywide resistance. He told the Russian invaders, and I quote, "You can shoot me if you want, but I'm not going to do what you want. I have a responsibility at this hospital, and I'm going to carry it out for the citizens of Kherson." Other Ukrainian workers at the hospital were just as heroic and clever. The journal reports that their resistance lasted 8 months. They faked a COVID outbreak to keep Russians from stealing their equipment, coming into the hospital and taking equipment. They spied for Ukrainian forces. The fighting spirit of the Ukrainians should come as no surprise. They're a proud, patriotic, and tough people. For perhaps one of the best illustrations of this courage, I'm reminded of the grandmother who gave sunflower seeds to invading Russian soldiers way back in February when they first started coming in. She gave them these sunflowers and she said, "Give these to somebody to plant at your burial place because you're going to die for invading our country. And you might want to have something beautiful being grown at your gravesite." That was a brave Ukrainian grandmother. I remember the photograph of a woman about 5 feet tall telling this to a Russian soldier, a foot or so taller. And who can blame the patriotic defiance that they've shown? Today, half of Ukraine's energy infrastructure is gone. Kyiv is operating on scheduled blackouts that last 4 hours. This is the capital. Civilians are being killed every day. Ukraine's economy continues to suffer catastrophic consequences. War crimes continue to be revealed day after day. The actions by the Kremlin to knowingly destroy and attack civilian areas and kill innocent Ukrainians, of course, are meant to dampen Ukrainian resolve. But instead, these actions encourage fortitude among the ranks of Ukraine freedom fighters against a barbaric enemy that has invaded their homeland. That's how they feel. When I've come down to the floor each week to discuss the status of this war on Ukraine's land, I pointed out that this is where the battle is occurring, of freedom over tyranny, of democracy over authoritarianism. This is where it's being waged here in our generation, now. This is why we need to stand up and be counted. If we don't join allies throughout the world in condemning it and helping Ukraine defend itself, what happens? Well, the world becomes a much more dangerous and volatile place. Trust me, people are watching, our enemies and our adversaries. Iran is watching, China is watching, others are watching. This is not the time for the United States and the allies around the world, more than 50 of them who have provided military assistance, to pull back. At a meeting in Romania today, the NATO Secretary General reaffirmed that NATO's door to membership remains open to Ukraine. It's been open since 2008. I found this to be very welcome news, something I've called for years. I don't think Russia would be in Ukraine if it had happened. Ukraine is making gains on the battlefield, as I said. Russian forces and equipment are being destroyed and depleted. Russian war crimes continue to be committed as they punish Ukrainian civilians, and the Russian people are beginning to feel the negative effects of this failed war. I think, frankly, that Vladimir Putin believes his supply of missiles will outlast the patience of the free world. I think it's what he believes. That's why he continues this senseless war. I think he believes he'll continue to be able to have enough missiles to outlast the patience of the Western world, of us, of freedom-loving people. I don't think that's accurate, but we need to prove him wrong. We need to keep the pressure up to end with a resolution to this senseless, brutal war. I believe with the help of the United States and our allies, democracy can and will prevail over tyranny and authoritarianism. And that, of course, would send the right message, echoed across the world, a message that tyranny and authoritarianism must not triumph. Thank you. Now, yield back my time.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.